View.
It's showing view. Student must, is giving you instruction. Student must view, go through the activity to the end, receive a grade,
Receive a grade.
a passing grade. So if you don't do all this, you won't get your certificate after you have concluded. You have said you have submitted, you have concluded. You must get a passing grade. You might receive a grade. Is that grade passing grade? You must cross-check and check very well that you pass that particular lesson. 50 marks. Yeah, okay. You must have up to 50 marks for you to get a passing grade.
Morning, sir.
Hello, sir. Maybe please help us come back again. I cannot get you very much, please. Sorry,
sir. We cannot get it clear. So I don't know whether you can help us and come back again.
I will come back again. Don't worry. Let me share the screen once more.
Thank you, sir.
Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, sir.
Since you are seeing the screen, let me start from afresh again. Look at what is there. First of all, you log into our website. That is, you can see the website lms.futo.edu. You type in your phone number. You enter your default password. For those who have not done it already, then you click login. When you click login, it will now show you how to change your default password to your own permanent password, which most of you have done already. Yeah, but for those who have not done it, have to follow this procedure for you to now be able to go to the next step where you will now see your courses. So you have seen this is the second to the top to the last place I was before I went further. You can now see the interface. It will show all your courses that you have registered, you are about to do. Then when you click on module 2, I ask you to click on module 2. It's your overview of procurement, legal and regulatory framework, part 1. So when you open it, there's an information by the right, whereby you see completion. This completion, when you click on it, on your right, when you click on it, will tell you what to do. I hope you are seeing it now. Hello?
Yes, we have seen it. We have seen it.
So can somebody read what he or she is seeing there now? For student must instruction given to you.
Sir, on my own, I cannot see module 2, sir. Sorry. I'm only seeing module 1, then I see 10, 11, and so on, sir.
Just go scroll down.
Type module 2. You will see AF module 2, track A. You will see it.
Okay.
Or you can scroll down. You can scroll down and see.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen it. Thank you.
When you open it, when you open it, any lecture, the first lesson 1 is overview.
Yes.
Of procurement, legal and regulatory framework, part 1. So when you get to that place, check by your right hand, you will see completion. Click on completion, then read the instruction there to be sure what you are supposed to do so that you won't have issues. Have you clicked on completion?
Okay.
Complete. What that is to do.
To you now, it shows to do. To me, I'm an instructor. It's showing completion. So click on that to do.
It's showing that we must go through the activity to the end.
You must go through the activity to the end, you must receive a
grade
and receive a passing grade.
Passing grade.
And the passing grade is 50. Must be above 50 before you pass. And moreover, when you see go through, doesn't mean that you should scan through. The LMS is recording the number of time or hours you are spending reading the, well, like now, sometimes this is my own model. I can set you must read for 1 hour. If I put you must read for 1 hour, you just go to and read and write the quiz and submit, you won't get a passing grade and you won't get your certificate. Okay. So each time, each model you log into to read, to write, make sure you read the instruction, this instruction, to be sure what you are supposed to do. So after that, you now click it, then when you click overview, it will now bring out the lecture proper. Then you start reading and doing the assignment given to you by the facilitator. I hope it's clear.
Okay.
So that's how you are going to do for all courses. If you follow that way, that's how we are going to do, and you be on time to submit all and finish up all the models from 1 to 5 or 1 to 12. So it's very easy. Thank you. So what I will do now, I will send this particular material on the WhatsApp so that people will now on your own, you view it and know how to go about it. Okay. I hope it's clear.
Yes, yeah, but a question, sir.
What's the question, sir? Yes.
Yes. This exercise, what is the deadline?
You know, my exercise, anybody that sent my own exercise, I will return your bid on open and tell you it's rejected. Because I gave you
but like I told you, the last one you said rejected, you are not being fair. You are not being fair.
How am I not being fair?
Let me tell you why I said that. There were issues, and those issues were reported even on the general platform. That your email was bouncing back mails. It happened 3 times, and I sent you that evidence. It's in your inbox there.
What I saw, look at it.
Your email was only me that had that issue.
Hold on, sir. Let me clarify you. You were spelling my name, Michael, M-I-C-H-E-A. That's not how to spell Michael. Michael, if you are spelling M-I-C-H-A-E-L, that's as somebody correcting you guys. So that's why I couldn't chat on that issue.
No, sir. It would have been better you did it. It would have been better you did it yourself.
Those who sent on time, I have accredited them. Those who sent after time, their bid have been rejected.
Excuse me, sir, that is correct.
I have no problem.
I tried to send my own
rejecting it, but I'm telling you that it is completely wrong. Completely wrong.
Even I myself, I had that issue. I submitted my own even before the time. But later in the morning when I woke up.
A lot of people had that issue. They complained on that platform, and you were on the platform. You would have received the correct email.
Your information.
We reverse A to E. It still happens.
Can we maintain decorum, please? Everybody's just speaking.
Prof, I sent mine on 9th of July.
Please, hold on. Your submission
I sent mine on 9th of July. I didn't get a response till now. 9th of July.
Anybody that sent on 9th
Hello,
of
Sir
July,
Michael. Sir Michael, my hand is up.
I have taken your questions. I will evaluate it. For those I responded, there are those who sent.
Hello, Sir Michael, my hand is up.
So get ready for your facilitator to come and teach you now, any moment from now. But your confidence, I have taken it.
Hello, Sir Michael, my hand is up. Hello, sir.
So please, we can't be doing question and answer session in the morning. Please, when we have a break, we'll still give you room for the questions. Okay, so there are 12 modules. You can't be quarreling about just one module. If you fail one module and pass 11, haven't you done well?
What I'm trying to say is that you should mute everybody, ma. Please mute everybody. What happened last week should not repeat itself. Hello, ma.
Can you all stop talking? Yeah, so that's fine. Now, we're supposed to have started this lecture. Good morning, everybody. My name is Professor Benedicta Dike. I'm the resource person for this morning. We discovered that there are lots of things you're not doing correctly. That's why we have taken time to put you through. And we've also shared very important information in the WhatsApp group. If you attend these Zoom lectures for 2 weeks and you do not go to LMS, you have wasted your time. Certificate will not be issued to those who attended Zoom lectures. It will be issued, certificate will be issued to those who actually went to LMS, read the lectures, did the assignments, and passed. So please let us know what is important. The idea of the lectures is to guide you. Most of what we are teaching you is already in the LMS, but we believe that by putting you through the lectures, it will make it easier for you when you go back to read. And the information from the IT that we have is that we have more people attending Zoom than people who have actually connected to the LMS. If at the end of 2 weeks, if you are not connected to the LMS, you connected and you've not had any activity, you may be disconnected. So please let us know what is important for this course. In the WhatsApp group, some important information have been shared because we collect the data of participants and we're supposed to have daily attendance. So the monitoring and evaluation team have shared an important message in the WhatsApp group requesting you to put some information. From the back end, they're collecting that data as your attendance. And as a way of confirming that you stayed through the lecture, we expect you to drop this information this morning, showing that you were part of the class, and you also need to drop it towards the end of the day, showing that you were also in the lecture at the end of the day. Because we noticed some of you just log in the morning and log out. You don't fully participate. And that's not what this project is all about. So the important information from M&E is already in the WhatsApp group. If you have issues logging into LMS, the phone numbers of the IT support is also in the WhatsApp group. We have 2 people supporting the procurement students. Please do not bug them with calls. If you can send a WhatsApp message privately to them, I believe they will attend to you. And because there are so many of you, I want you to understand that if IT is not responding to you, it's probably because they are attending to some other person. So be patient with them. They're trained, they're coaches, they will come to you. Please don't badge them with calls or get impatient if they don't respond to you immediately. So those are the announcements before we start the class. I still notice that a few of you still have your hands raised. So Obiageri, can I hear from you? If your question will help us. Obiageri's hand is raised. Yusuf's hand is also raised.
Hey, good morning, Ma.
Good morning.
Okay, my name is Yusuf.
Yes.
So I have a particular challenge with the LMS, specifically on Module 6, because currently I'm stuck at Module 6. And the challenge is that I've done the sections, all the sections in Module 6, but the particular section, that is section A, keeps on failing whenever I redo it. I refresh, I've started it over again. And for that reason, my
So
module,
please,
module
can I cut you short?
yes, ma'am.
We haven't done module 6, so why are you in module 6?
Okay, to know if I understand better now.
So the system is structured. It's expected at what has been approved for you to assess at the moment is 1 to 5, and that's what we
Okay.
did last week.
Yes.
So please be patient.
So no problem. Thank you, ma'am.
Israel. You raised
Hello,
your
Prof.
hand.
Good morning, ma.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, Prof. Good morning, ma. My complaint is the way some of us are behaving since last week, especially one Mary, is it Asuke? So this is not where somebody will be going in the market and be talking with customers and distracting the class. Please, ma, let us adhere to that information pasted on the WhatsApp group. Everybody should mute him or herself. Understand? The way they behaved last week, it was not funny. A lecturer will be talking when the lecturer is talking. Walking on the road, showing video when you are going on the, is that supposed to be done? So please, those who are not ready should exit from the platform. Please, let everybody be muted. That is my information, my complaint. Thank you, ma.
Thank you, everyone. There are several hands raised. I'm not going to attend to you until we have a break. So we have a timetable that shows we should have a lecture this morning, not an interaction class, a question and answer class. So we spent over 30 minutes trying to guide you. Please, the instructions are simple. If it's an IT support, IT problem, contact IT. So please, everybody should be muted. And we've already told you, if you're disturbing us, we'll yank you out of the class. You cannot access the lecture again. All those instructions are in the WhatsApp group. All of you have your hands raised. Put down your hands. We're starting the lectures. Thank you very much. So we have module 6 today. We're starting with, we have selection of consultants. The course lecturers for module 6 are Professor Mrs. B.U.D.K., Professor E.C. Ubani, Professor Mrs. G.N. Okudo, and Dr. U.C. Anya. So this will be for 2 days. Some of the lecturers will come in tomorrow, while Ubani and I will be teaching today. Okudo and Anya will be teaching tomorrow. So this course is on introduction to procurement of consultants. We have to look at the applicable principles. So selection of consultants is governed by the fundamental principles of procurement, and it is provided in section 16 of the PPA. And the principles of procurement include open competition, transparency, fairness, accountability, fit for purpose, and value for money. When we're talking about value for money, we're looking essentially at efficiency, economy, and effectiveness. The procedures applied in the selection of consultants, as well as the terminology used, are tailored to reflect the emphasis on competition and value for money as the main factor in the award of contract among technically responsive and qualified competing consultants. So for consultancy services, we're trying to break these lectures, simplify them. We recognize that the background of our participants are mixed. We have procurement officers in this group who have worked for years and who are in practice, who are already knowledgeable about this. We also have people who are learning about procurement for the first time. So we're not taking anything for granted. When we're taking you through the courses as though it's basic, it's because we know people in this class. There are people who are learning this for the first time, and we have to carry everybody along. So now what we have commonly in procurement is procurement of goods, works and non-consultancy services. So in most organizations, what you're likely to see happening every day, people are buying paper, pen, cartridges, computers. Consultancy services is not commonly procured. We want to look at the differences between selection of consultants and procurement of goods and works. For goods and works, it's product-based with definitive technical specifications. So you can clearly say, I want a 17-inch screen laptop or personal computer. You can say you want a 4-wheel truck with clear specifications about whether it's a manual, automatic gears, and a whole lot of things. But selection of consultants, this is knowledge-based. It will be carried out according to the objectives, scope of services, and deliverables described in the terms of reference. For goods and works, large sums are involved. While for selection of consultants, the contract value is relatively small. So for works, you may be building a dam, which is a lot of money is involved. For the same dam construction, you can have a consultant do the geotechnical investigations, find out if that soil will be suitable for the construction of the dam. That's a consultancy service. So for the same project, you can have the works aspect. You can also have the consultancy aspect for the same project. Open tender is a default procurement method for goods and works, while for consultancy, it starts with expression of interest. So the advertisement is the expression of interest advertisement, and it sets a limit on the number of consultants that the procurement entity intends to qualify. Generally, for goods and works, we have the one envelope bidding system. In that case, you have both the technical and the financial, 2 envelopes, but still embedded in what? In one envelope. So when you're opening your bid, what you see is one envelope for one bid. Even though when you go further and open, you find 2 envelopes. But for selection of consultants, we have the 2 envelope system as the bidding system for consultants. Procurement of goods and works, the emphasis is value for money. And that's value for money is the main criterion during bid evaluation. Price, quality, and other considerations are brought in, but we also attach price to the quality and other considerations to be able to look at money ultimately as being the goal. When it comes to consultancy services, our interest is quality. So quality is the main proposal evaluation criterion. Weightage between quality and price is typically determined by the nature of the assignment. Quality weighs more heavily in strategic high impact assignments, while price may carry more weight in routine operational assignments. So depending on the expectations, you can attach more weight to quality or more weight to cost when you're doing selection of consultants. So far, is there any questions? So if there is no question.
No, I have a question.
Man. I have a question
Please,
too, man.
Can I talk?
So we continue with the differences between selection of consultants and goods and works procurement. The terminology that is used for goods and works is bid or tender, bidding documents or tender documents, request for bid or request for tender, pre-qualification, especially for works, invitation to bid or invitation to tender. Tendering methods can be request for bids, request for quotation, single source. Now, the terminology used for consultants is proposal. Instead of request for bid, you have request for proposals. You can have shortlisting, you have expression of interest, you have more diverse terminologies when it comes to consultancy services, because the selection methods can be quality-based selection, it can be quality and cost-based, it can be least cost selection, fees budget selection, selection based on consultants' qualification, individual consultants, single, you can also have selection, single source selection method. For contract management for goods and works, it focuses on tangible deliverables, specifications, and warranties. So when we say tangible deliverables, we're saying things we can see, feel. The specification is very important, then the warranties are also important. So if we're getting these goods from you, are you giving us 1 year warranty or 2 years warranty? And what you have supplied, what you have delivered, does it meet the specification that we gave to you? Now, but when it comes to selection of consultants, contract management evaluates outcome-based performances. They look at quality and impacts. It requires careful assessment of the intangible deliverables, limiting subjectivity. So bid and performance securities are required for contracts within thresholds for goods and works, while bid security is usually not required for selection of consultants. However, performance security may be required under certain conditions which are more common in lump sum contracts. So there's no bid security for selection of consultants, but you can have performance security. And that's for lump sum contracts where the PE is more at risk if something goes wrong. So they're using that to protect themselves. Price negotiation is not allowed for goods and works because most prices are tied to specifications, to quantities. So if we have 12 items and there's a unit rate and there's an amount, what are we negotiating? Are we trying to reduce the quantity, or are we saying that the costs, the rate is not acceptable? But when it comes to consultancy services, there is room for negotiations. Negotiations typically focuses on technical approach, methodology, the work plan, organization and staffing, counterparts, personnel and facilities, training program if applicable, tax obligations, currency of payments and payment conditions, in selection methods such as the quality-based selection and cost-based selection. Also single source, where price is not a factor of evaluation. In addition, staff rates can be negotiated. So I'll give you an example of a project, a consultancy project that I've been part of, where it was negotiated. Oh, I'm sorry, my video has not been on. You'll be wondering if it's a ghost that has been speaking to you. So we had applied for a proposal when I was the director of FUTO Consult Limited. It was a consultancy project. There was a funding from World Bank to assess the impact of there was like a micro loan given to farmers in Nigeria. And you want to check if that loan was beneficial to the farmers and the communities around, and if there will be a justification to continue with the project, maybe provide more funding for the next phase of the project. So we submitted for that proposal. We were selected and invited. We're invited because the sum which we have submitted was higher than what they had in their budget. So when we came, of course, they're convinced we have the right manpower. We also know what to do. But the problem now is that what we've asked for is higher than what they have in their budget. So we had to negotiate with them. The idea was to do that assessment in 36 states of the Federation. We now propose that rather than, because you can't ask us to cut down the price, everything is clear how much we need for each of the team leaders and for the field officers who will be carrying out the interviews and collecting the data. So we said, okay, since we have 6 geopolitical zones, instead of 36 states, we now said, let's do 2 states per zone. That now brings it down to 12 states as against 36. So doing that, the individual rates for the consultants and the field officer remain the same. It's just that the scope of work has been reduced. And we're saying statistically, what we are doing, if we do 2 states per zone, will ultimately be a good representation of the impact of that project in the country. So that's a typical example of where for selection of consultants, negotiation came into play. I noticed that somebody raised his hand. Do you have a question for me?
Good morning, ma.
The person,
Ma,
somebody
can you
has
hear me, ma?
raised.
Yes, it's me.
Is there any question at this point? Okay, thank you. So we make progress. So terms of reference, the key document in the request for proposal, RFP is request for proposal, is the terms of reference. It explains the objectives of the assignment, the scope of work, the tasks to be performed, respective responsibilities of the employer and the consultant, expected results, and deliverables of the assignment. So please, let's get this. This is very important. The TOR, the key components of the TOR are the objective of the assignment, the scope of work, the tasks to be performed, the responsibilities of everybody, the consultants, the procurement entity staff. What will be their responsibilities? What will be the responsibility of the consultant being engaged? What are the expected results and deliverables of the assignment? So a well-defined and comprehensive terms of reference is essential for clearly understanding the assignment and ensuring its effective implementation. It helps minimize the risk of unnecessary additional work, delays, and extra costs for the procurement entity. Furthermore, a clear terms of reference reduces the likelihood of misunderstanding during the preparation of the consultant proposals, contract negotiations, and the delivery of services. So I'll also give you an example of a consultancy project I was part of and the challenge we had because the roles of people were not also clear. So we were trying to help an organization prepare their project implementation plan for a World Bank funded project. Now, as consultants, you are an external person. If you come to the organization, you will need to, part of preparing that document for them is you even need to know their like the hierarchy, how they operate in the system, who reports to who. So we need the organogram. We also know we need information on each person's responsibility. So if we're preparing an implementation plan for you, we also need to clearly state for this tax in your organization, this is the person who will be responsible, and this person will be reporting to this person. So we're supposed to help you prepare a detailed document. But when we got there, we noticed that the staff members were not cooperating. You request for organogram, nobody wants to give it to you. So I think, I don't know, maybe they were not properly briefed, whether they were feeling that the consultants are coming to take their jobs, or that they didn't understand that our assignment was a short-term assignment of 6 weeks. We will prepare that document, hand over to them and leave. I think the staff were feeling that we were now going to be part of their organization for the duration of the funding of the projects. So they were antagonistic to us. They were not giving us any information. It was really confusing. So, but that's part of the issues of saying who is responsible for what, clearly stating this is what the consultants are here to do. This is the duration of their assignment. And within the duration of their assignment, mention your staff who will be working with them. If you can assign one management staff who gives vital information on the hierarchy, roles, and responsibility. Also, maybe assign a finance staff who will also guide them on how the organization's financial operations operate. Because if we don't get the information, we're going to give you a plan that will not work. We can develop the document and state that the MD of the organization will handle certain things, when in reality, the way your structure works is not the MD that handles those financial issues. So please, do you have any questions at this point?
Yes, ma. I have a question at this point, ma.
Thank you.
I have a question, ma.
So preparing the terms of reference. Who should prepare the terms of reference and the budget? This question is for the class. I want somebody to volunteer and tell us. If you're a procurement officer, I believe that you've done some consultancy projects in your office. For consultancy projects, who prepares the terms of reference? Do you get an expert to do it for you? Or do you do it yourself as the procurement officer? Please, I would like this class to be participatory.
Yeah,
so unmute yourself.
Please, ma. We have been trying, we have been raising hand.
So please, Gibson Okole.
Hello, ma. Hello, ma. Hello, ma. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Good. So, Samsudin, you can speak.
Okay, ma.
Yes,
okay, ma.
go
okay,
ahead.
Ma. Yes,
Samsudin.
Now, the terms of reference is basically prepared by the technical team of the project to define objective, scope, and deliverables of the TORs.
Okay, so let me understand you. When you say technical team, in your procurement unit, do you have the technical team?
Yes, yes, accountant, the procurement officer, and at times the project M&E or the auditors too. They are part of this technical team, ma.
Okay, so now let me ask you a question. If we are doing a dam project,
yes, ma,
and we need to prepare the terms of reference, are you telling me it's the finance that will prepare the terms of reference and the monitoring and evaluation that you just mentioned?
The procurement officer has a greater role to play in this part, ma. The procurement officer too.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So can we get another opinion?
Yes, good morning, ma.
Hello, ma.
Good morning, ma.
Yeah, tell me your name.
My name is Abdullahi.
Okay, so Abdullahi, we need your answer.
Yeah, the technical experts. The technical expert is actually the subject matter expert, and usually in organizations, they are the user department. The user department are the ones that initiate the project. They do the needs assessment. They know the deliverables. They know the scope. They have their in-house estimates. So the user department, like for instance, if you say the dam project is the dam and reservoir engineers are the ones that determine the parameters of the projects. So after the parameters are set out, they are issued to procurement officer to finalize the documentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's get one more contribution before we make progress.
Hello, ma. Good morning, ma.
Good morning. Please, your name?
My name is Miracle Gopi. I think the requesting unit or the beneficiary of that terms of reference are the one that are responsible for preparing it. That's my answer.
You say who is responsible? The user unit?
Yes, or the requesting unit, the unit that is requesting for that.
Okay, that requested for it.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you for your contributions. For those of you who have your hands raised, there will be more questions you can contribute. Let's make progress. Thank you very much for making it participatory. So the answer is, is the technical experts that will prepare the terms of reference. The person is going to work with the procurement officer. The procurement officer will support the process and prepares reviews. The procurement officer understands the law, how monies are spent, but the technical expert may just know all what we need to do, but doesn't know to the extent of how we can make this feasible. So in reality, it's the technical expert that will be preparing, but will not work in isolation. He still needs the input of the procurement officer. So we're saying for this assignment, the technical expert will be the lead because he's the one that has the knowledge on that project. So the procurement officer, you need to take some back seats and let him lead, or him or her, because he's the one that has the information. So that expert is responsible for defining the scope of work, describing the objectives and expected outcomes, developing technical specifications and deliverables, setting performance requirements and timelines, identifying required qualifications and experience of consultants or contractors, estimating the level of effort and technical inputs needed. So because the terms of reference is a technical document, it should be developed by the person or department that understands the project requirements best. So for those who said the user units should do that, you are also correct, but that's on the basis that that user unit have the experts. So you can have a user unit who do not have the experts. So they will be relying on external persons to help them. So the procurement officer typically will provide guidance on procurement policies and procedures, ensures that the terms of reference is clear, complete, and non-restrictive, advises on the appropriate procurement method to be used, assists with the market research and cost estimation. So I may be an expert in dams, but I don't have all the prices, I can do your design, I can do the dam design, do the quantities. This is how much of concrete we require. This is how much of laterite we require. These are the equipment we require. But the procurement officer can help us put amounts to those quantities that I have estimated for the organization. So the procurement officer reviews the proposed budget for compliance and value for money, prepares the bidding documents, and manages the procurement processes. So this is giving you details, the role everybody has to play. So let's check if you have your terms of reference. You're going to have the project background. The project background essentially is trying to give information about the organization, what they require. So the background summarizes the main features of the project and describes the assignments, key objectives, and general purpose. In particular, the background should include the name of the procurement agency. It has to be clear. The project location. So the procurement agency can be the Ministry of Education, but the project they want to do is for Federal University of Technology, Owerri. So I hope you see how it's important that we know the location, because someone can assume that because it is Federal Ministry of Education, the project is supposed to be located in Abuja, which is not true. So the name of the procurement entity, the project location, the project history, the rationale for the assignment. So the Ministry of Education wants to do power project for Federal University of Technology, Owerri. And we say the location is Federal University of Technology, Owerri. And what's the rationale for the assignment? Federal Ministry of Education is worried about research in the universities. They have identified that power supply is one of the major issues universities have. And they have decided to now provide alternative power supply to universities so that they can continue with their research. So they want to do solar projects in selected universities in the country, and FUTO is one of the beneficiaries of that project. So we also have list of relevant studies and basic data. So Federal University of Technology, from the location, what's the duration of sunshine? Is it accessible? Where are we going to put the solar panels? Is the university going to provide us security while we're doing this? So these are some of the information that you have to have data on. What activities are to be carried out by the consultants? What will be the source of funding? And what are the supervision arrangements? Will Federal University of Technology supervise on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Education, or will be a designated staff from the Federal Ministry of Education on that project? Will the person be posted to FUTO during the period of this project for supervision? So apart from the project background, the next thing is the objective of the assignment. So we're looking at terms of reference. The first thing is the background. The second thing is the objective of the assignment. So consulting services are designed to provide specialized, they're designed to provide specialized expertise, objective analysis, and actionable solutions. And this is supposed to help the organization to improve on their performance, solve whichever problems that has been identified, and achieve strategic goals. So I've already given you the example of the problem identified of where power is an issue in research. And the objective is to now provide power so that the objective of university, which is teaching and research, can be achieved. So typical objectives of consultancy services are to provide requested information, solve specific problems, conduct diagnostic and redefine problems, provide recommendations, assist with implementation, build consensus and commitment, facilitate client learning, improve organizational effectiveness. So the terms of reference should precisely describe the objectives and expected results of the assignment. So for some projects in consultancy, the consultant will do this assignment and also train the staff of the PE so that when they're not there, the PE staff can continue.
This thing doesn't take time. Why is this one always?
To make them just again.
Morning screenshot they don't.
Okay, so the next thing is the scope of work. We've looked at the background, the objective. The next thing is the scope of work. This section of the terms of reference details the main activities to be conducted by the consultant and the expected results of those activities. So the terms of reference should describe only the activities, not the approach or method, because you are supposed to state what you want. Different consultants are going to have different approaches, to an activity when it comes to consultancy services. You also don't tell them the method to be used. State what you want. They will state their approach and method by which the results are to be achieved, because these are the responsibility of those preparing the proposals. So the consultant will tell you the method. Nevertheless, in certain cases, the terms of reference may provide strong suggestions on the approach and indications on the methodology that consultants could or should use to execute the assignment. So for some projects that the PE understands, to make it easier for them to even evaluate those proposals, they can give a guide as to the method to be adopted. In that case, the methods are uniform. The evaluation is also easier. But for most consultancy services, the consultants prefer the solution. They state their method. So if we have consultancy of capacity building program, for capacity building program and transfer of knowledge, if capacity building and transfer of knowledge are the objective of the assignment, the terms of reference should provide specific details on the characteristics of the required services and ask consultants to propose approach and method, including how impact will be measured. So at this point, I want you to provide an example of capacity building consultancy service that has taken place in your organization. So please, if you mute yourself, tell us your name and tell us one capacity building consultancy project that has taken place in your procurement entity. We don't have a volunteer.
Recently, we had a TED fund training for staff on IT solutions, during which some tech devices were distributed to staff in my institution.
So you had.
Hello, did you hear me, please?
Yes, you had TED fund training.
Yeah, TED fund sponsored training. Yeah.
Okay, is it on what? On ICT?
On it's not exactly on ICT. It's like, how do I put it? Not ICT facilitation, but ICT backed procurement process training.
So you were taught on how to do procurement of ICT equipment. I'm trying to understand what
how to deploy ICT in procurement facilitation.
Oh, okay. So like e-procurement principles. Yes. Okay. Now I understand it. And that fund handled it for your organization.
Yes, and distributed electronic gadgets at the end of the event. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. Can we have a second contribution?
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Good morning. My name is Mbwebu Azubike from the Department of Dental Technology, FUTO. My contribution is actually outside FUTO because I'm an academic staff, so I have nothing to do with procurement at FUTO. I actually have, before now, I have an NGO that I run. So when we got grants from USAID, they actually organized a kind of capacity building for the project staff. And then that capacity building, there were a mixture of project guidelines, which include procurement, what they have mapped out as a procurement standard that you must follow. If not, the grant awarded will be seized. So the procurement was taught, the project guidelines were given. So this is the only thing I have to say because of the want of time. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we have two persons who have told us about a consultancy project, which is purely on capacity building. Thank you. So let me try to.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Yeah, who is speaking?
My name is Ezapota Simeon Ozachu.
Okay.
I work with Anambra Development Authority. We had a consultancy service on agro-business, capacity building. The terms of reference given consultant is to train young graduates with agri staff on the use of agrochemicals like pesticides, how to use all these chemicals like FOSOP, improve varieties of seedlings, agricultural seedlings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's make progress. For capacity building, we have typical examples of capacity building consultancy services. One of them can be staff training and skills acquisition. The last speaker talked about training on improved seedlings. So when you train them, you expect that they will go back and be able to start using it. So apart from training, you expect that in this particular case, they also acquire skills. So example of this will be training staff on project management. When you finish training them on project management, you expect that they can now manage projects better. You can also train staff on financial management and on budgeting. The expectation is after the training, they will do better. So what we're doing right now, training you on procurement. During our interaction, some of you have told us how you do things in your organizations. And we have called your attention to the fact that you're not doing some of those things according to the act. So the expectation is that after this training, you will start doing better in the way you carry out your advert, the way you open your bid, the way you do your bid evaluation, the way you handle your contracts. Another aspect of capacity building in consultancy services is organizational development. You can get a consultant to look at your organizational structure and review your organizational structure for effective performance. You can get the consultant to develop policies and procedure manuals for your organizations. They can also improve on existing policy manuals. So I'll give you an example. In the university system, in the university system, we have our handbook for exam misconduct. There were some kind of misconducts that were prevalent 20 years ago. With the phones and smartwatches, misconduct has taken a dimension that is not what we have in our handbook. So when somebody is caught with phone in the exam hall, 20 years ago, we didn't have any punishment for people who brought phones to the exam hall. 20 years ago, we didn't have punishment for people who wore smartwatches because smartwatches were not a thing at that time. So there is need to periodically review your manuals, your policies, and modifying them according to the way things are going. So a consultant can be engaged to do some of those things and they get paid. So another area, example of capacity building is ICT and digital skills capacity building. Thankfully, one of the participants has also given us an example of how ICT skills were taught in their organization by Third Fund to help them improve on how they do procurement digitally. So your organization can also train you on the use of Microsoft 365. In my organization, we discovered that the university pays hugely for 365, but there's not a lot of awareness on the capacity of this software. So some organizations, if you pay so much for this, it's important you also train users on all the packages that the 365 contains and how they can benefit from it. You can also train people on data analysis and visualization. So these are examples of consultancy services that are capacity-based, capacity building-based. So one example is you can engage a consultant to design and deliver a 5-day capacity building workshop for 30 staff members on procurement planning, contracts management, and donor compliance requirements. This is an example. But in reality, you may not be able to use 5 days to do all of this because procurement planning alone, you probably require 5 days to do it. So the next thing in the terms of reference is reports, schedules, deliverables, and period of performance. The TOR should indicate the estimated duration of the assignment, the assignments reporting requirements should be clearly specified. The TOR should indicate the format of the reports, how frequently and you get reports on that consultancy services. What will be the content of the reports? What number of copies do you want to be submitted? In what language should the reports be written? So don't take this for granted and assume that we all know that this report should be written in English. I can decide to write it in Hausa since the PE did not specify the language to be used. Also, the names of the prospective recipients of the reports. So you can have like the consultancy services you have by TED Fund for your organization. The reports may also go to the beneficiary institution. So if it's something that is done for the university, they can decide to also send the report to the vice chancellor. Depending on the assignment, the following reports are usually required. So for consultancy services, we have first the inception report. In the inception report, you want to give them an idea of how you want to do this assignment. So this assignment is for 2 weeks. On the first day, this is what we will do. This is what we require from you. Then 1 week after you have done the assignment, you want to give a progress report. Then 2 weeks after, you want to give an interim report. When you give an interim report, sometimes you want feedback or input from the procurement entity. After they have given their inputs, you produce the final report. We have data, local services, personnel to be provided by the employer. I already gave you an example of this. The TOR should complement the bidding document by listing in detail all the information and services that will be made available by the procurement entity. So what information will you be giving us? Will you be giving us your organogram, your manual of operations? Will you be giving us your budgets? A lot of information from your office. Which specific information will the PE be providing to the consultant? We also at this stage want to know what facilities that the PE will be providing. Within the 2 weeks we'll be working in your agency, will there be a dedicated office space for the consultants? Are you going to provide operational vehicles? Are you the one providing the survey equipment, or are we coming with our own? Will you be providing an office computer for us to use, or will the consultant be coming with their own system? What about communication systems? Are there going to be dedicated communication systems to be used within the 2 weeks of our assignment? And I know somebody like an assignment, okay, for consultancy services within the 2 weeks, part of what we're going to do is, because you're outside your station during the weekend, our organization will also make provision to take you around to see the states and all of that, you know. So some of these things have to be clear. Now, the TOR also should define the institutional setup, the organization surrounding the assignment, and indicate the role and responsibilities of all those involved, specifying the type, timing, and relevance of participation. The TOR should define the hierarchy and level of authority of counterparts personnel, as well as the level of experience of the PE's personnel who will be integrated into the consultants team. So if we are doing a dam project, for example, and the dam departments will be assigning staff to us, I need to know the staff you're assigning, are they engineers? Are they management staff? What kind of information would it be providing to us on that assignment? So please, at this point, I want to find out if you have any questions. Do you have any questions at this point?
No, ma.
Thank you very much. So let's make
There is a question.
progress.
I have a question.
Okay. Is it
My name is
Muawiyah?
yes, ma. My name is Mawia Muhammad from Jais Bank.
From
Jais Bank.
okay.
Sir, ma,
Yes,
as you rightly mentioned earlier, there are some students among us who are studying procurement management for the first time.
Yes.
And you said you want to carry everybody along. My
Yes.
question is, could you kindly recommend standard textbooks and references materials for procurement management students so that we can go and buy them or read them? And which procurement act and other relevant laws, regulations, and guidelines do we study to build a solid foundation in the procurement practice to ensure compliance and avoid any infringement? Because I personally, this is the first time, and I want to build my career on procurement management. So I don't know if you have textbooks, requirements, relevant laws, regulations, and guidelines that can be upheld.
Okay, so
for me
we're
personally.
going to attend to that. So Dr. Mike had handled regulatory framework. I'm going to request him to share the act in the WhatsApp group. Dr. Mike, are you going to do that? So Dr. Mike is here. He has agreed. So we're going to share the act in the WhatsApp group. He's going to share the act, the Finance Act, right? Because we have the Act of 2007, we have the Finance Act of 2020 that has amended some sections of the Procurement Act. We also have the Finance Act of 2023 that has amended some sections of the PPA. And also the fourth item I'll request Dr. Mike to share with you will be the procurement manual. So we are going to share these 4 documents. I think for a start there. Let's not give you too many documents and you don't know where to start from. If you're a beginner, begin small. Okay, thank you. So can we make progress or do we have any more questions? Because I like the class to be interactive. Feel free to ask your questions, please. Okay, thank you. Let's make progress. So for selection and qualification criteria, the general qualification of the firm will be looking out for the year of incorporation, the nature of businesses. So the nature of business for consultancy services, if my consultancy firm is registered and the nature of business is that we do purely building projects. And the consultancy project that we have at hand is dam project consultancy service. Do you think that the person who has described his nature of business to be building is qualified to do consultancy in dams? Florence, you want to help us?
Now repeat your question.
The question is, we said part of what to look out for when you're selecting your consultants. The first item I mentioned was year of incorporation. The second one is the nature of business. Now, a firm in their CAC documents indicated that the nature of their business is buildings.
Okay.
For the consultancy we want to do, our procurement agency wants to do is dams. And my question is, the person whose nature of business...
You said dams? Did you say dams, ma'am?
Dam construction.
Okay. Building
and I'm asking if the nature of business is building and you're the person in charge of assessing this document, do you think this person is qualified for the project? Enoch Sunday is trying to help us.
Building and...
Yeah. My name is Enoch Sunday from Ministry of Works, Abia State.
Yeah, I asked a question.
Yes, I said I believe that that person can also handle that project.
Okay, so can we get a contrary opinion?
Hello.
Yes, God day.
Hello. Yes, God day. From my own end, among all registered contractors, I will sort out the ones that have the capacity to be able to do a dam construction project and consider those ones.
Honestly.
Okay. Dan Febo, your hands are up.
Yes, ma'am. I think somebody that is that registered as a builder is specialized in building structure. A consultant on dam on DPAS, even though he's an engineer.
So your answer is that the person who is doing building, we should give him the dam project. I want to understand what you just said. We should give him.
No.
The answer is no. Okay, Engineer
Is no.
Silas. Engineer Silas. So yes or
good morning. Good morning, ma.
Hello. Hello,
so
ma.
Engineer Silas is speaking, please. Samsudin, can you hold on?
Yes. Good morning, ma. For me, somebody who is who has specialized in building should not be given a dam construction because there are two separate aspects of engineering. He can be specialized in structures, but when it comes to underground, underwater structures, it's completely a different ballgame. So I don't think he has the requisite experience to be able to be given the dam structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Samsudin, let me hear from you. You're the last speaker before we make progress.
Well done, man. Well done, man. Now, you see, dam is a special project that has two categories, just like the earlier speaker said. There is the structural aspect and the hydrological aspect. Understand? So it depends on the technicalities of the contractor handling the project, because handling dam project has to do with two parts, which is the structural and the hydro.
Okay, so we shouldn't give him the job, right?
We shouldn't give him the job.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'm very happy with this class. People are following. Thank you for following. I appreciate you. So first and foremost, there are some level of, weeding that are basic. We're not even going into all the details. Somebody came to you and said, my business is selling of granules. Meanwhile, you are interested in somebody who sells computers. Where is this argument coming? He clearly stated he sells granules. You don't have any business with him. So in the nature of his business, he categorically stated his scope of work. Dam construction is not one of what he listed in the nature of his business. So you don't stress yourself. So at that stage, this is even technical elimination. We're looking at the technical document. We've not even started looking at the expertise. We're looking at your CAC, the kind of things you say you do. So we're even eliminating you at that stage. So general experience of the firm, but this general experience is in regards to the consultancy services we're looking at. the management structure of the firm, number of contracts of similar nature and value, the key experts, general qualifications of the key experts they have listed, and the specific experiences of the key experts. So apart from the company, their nature of business being dam construction, for example, the staff they have listed, from the staff experience, have they done dam projects? Is that clear? So you're doing two levels of check. The check on the kind of work they've done, the check on the kind of work their staff have also done. So for individual consultants, you're looking at the general qualification and the specific experience. So can we take 5 minutes break, stretch our legs, then we come back?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I'm back.
Okay,
Morning,
ma'am.
ma'am.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. I hope you have
Good
stretched
morning.
your legs.
Good morning, Prof.
Back, ma'am.
We're here.
Okay. So preparation of the cost estimate of the assignments based on the desired terms of reference. So the main consideration, the cost estimate of a consulting assignment is prepared by adding the remuneration of consultant staff. So for consultancy services, actually, you have to look at the team they have proposed. So I gave you the example of the project we did where we were evaluating the impacts of a World Bank loan on local farmers. So if we have 12 states to handle, what we did was to assign a professor as the leader of each of the 12 states we have selected. That means we have 12 professors on the team, right? What's the hourly rate for the professor to be out of station for 2 weeks? Then that professor is going with 10 field officers. What's the qualification of these field officers? And what is the rates for daily rate for these field officers? Below the professor, you may also have maybe 2 supervisors or something. So what you're doing here now is you're checking the cost of each staff on this assignment. Apart from the remuneration of the consultants, there are also direct expenses. So if we're going to 12 states and our base station is Federal University of Technology, Owerri, it means that 12 professors will be traveling. What's the cost of them moving to the different states? This cost will vary. For people who will be working within the Southeast, their transportation costs will be lower than those who will be going to do this assessment in the Northeast from Owerri. So we're saying for this, the way to handle it is you have their rates and there are some direct expenses that can be verified and can be refunded. So these amounts are based on estimate of the time spent by that staff on the assignment. So experts per unit of time, whether hour or month, required to carry out the services and an estimate of each of their related cost components. So for the professor, apart from his daily cost, what's his hotel cost for the 2 weeks that he'll be working in Kaduna? What is his logistics from that hotel to go to the different local government areas where they will be meeting with these farmers and interacting with them? So because the estimate of the required staff time is derived from the terms of reference, the more exhaustive and accurate the time of reference is, the more precise the estimate will be. Sometimes the scope of work of the services is difficult to define and quantify because output, extent, and exact duration of the services cannot be easily specified in advance. So in such cases, the employer shall engage an expert to review or prepare the terms of reference, staff time, and cost estimate, and in adopting a selection method that takes these difficulties into account. So this is an image. This document is in your LMS. It just clearly tells you the terms of reference. So you have assignment-related activity. Maybe you carry out surveys, soil investigation, acquisition of equipment, software, And will this be done by a foreign or a local firm? Will the amounts be in the local or foreign currency? What are the contingencies? What's the tentative budget? Is it consistent with the funds that are budgeted by your PE? What's the final budget? The same way from the terms of references, you can have other expenses, international and local airfares. So for the project I talked about, assuming I have to fly to Kaduna instead of going by road, other travel costs, like the cost of moving from the hotel to the different local government, subsistence allowances. So what's the DTA for somebody of my level who is on that assignment? What will be the cost of communications? Are we going to rent an office when we get to Kaduna, for example? Are we going to get office supplies by the procurement entity? If the answer is no, it means that the consultant will be refunded for some of these costs. Report transportation, shipping or personal effects, local taxes, others. The same way on the left, you can have a staff month effort. Is the staff foreign or local? Then the consultant's country, and you have the client's country. So there are several variables that comes into play when you're looking at the terms of reference. So let's take a case study on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. We want to have a consultant carry out a technical audit. So the responsible department at the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FEMALI, initially drafted a 2-page document to hire a consultant to audit the progress of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The document simply stated that the consultant will verify work done and report findings. So your assignment here now is to prepare a detailed terms of reference for this assignment. So I want us to do this case study together. So I'll be asking for volunteers. If you remember, when we talked about terms of reference, what did we say is the first information that we're going to have in the terms of reference?
Background.
So we're going to have the background information. That's very correct.
Yes.
So what's the second information that we're going to have?
The objectives, ma'am.
Okay. So can somebody tell us the background of this project? So can somebody state the background? The background is essentially from this information now. Is it not? Okay, what would be the objective of the audits? What would be the objective of the audits?
To verify the actual progress of construction work.
You are going to have more than one objective.
Yes, ma'am, and also to assess whether the work complies with the approved designs, specifications, and the contract requirements.
Okay, so you've given us two. Can somebody give us another objective?
The timeline, ma'am.
Okay, so you want to assess if that road construction was supposed to be for 18 months, and you've been invited as a consultant by the 12th month. You want to go through and confirm if the extent of work they have done is enough for 12, or rather what is remaining, if it can be completed in the remaining 6 months, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're looking at timeline. Okay, so that means we are understanding the course. We will work together on this case study, but let's move to the next case study. Okay? Or is somebody willing to?
We cannot hear you. Ma.
They can't hear me. Is it possible? Why? You can't hear me? Are the other people hearing me?
Yes,
no, yes, we are hearing you, ma.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you, ma.
About Sunday,
Can hear you loud and clear.
are you using a laptop? If you're using a laptop, check your system. You have these images of a speaker. Check if your own is muted. The problem may be coming from your end because the other students seem to hear me.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so when
Thank
you
you,
see
ma'am.
me personally, you buy me a bottle of Coke for teaching you IT.
Very correct.
Right.
Okay, so the problem is from your end, not my end. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's quickly look at selection methods. Then I'll handle that case study. So when you are looking at selection methods for consultants, some of the factors that are put into consideration are the nature of the assignment, estimated cost value, the urgency of the assignment, the level of competition required, the quality considerations, and the regulatory guidelines. So the different selection methods, one is the quality cost-based selection method. This one is suitable for the type of service which is common and not too complex. The scope of work can clearly be defined, and the terms of reference are clear and well specified. The staff time and other inputs can be estimated with reasonable precision. The risk of undesired downstream impacts can be quantified and they can be managed. Capacity building program is easy to estimate in duration and staff time. So that's one of the selection methods, quality cost based. We also have the quality
Always taking attendance.
Selection. So the first one is quality and cost, while the second one is only quality based. Quality has a variety of importance when you're using this method, and it's used for complex assignments that requires flexible scope. Different approaches can be given by the people who are sending in their proposals. There is need for extensive capacity building program. It is ideal for complex multidisciplinary studies, strategy studies, complex master plans or feasibility studies, design of complex and large infrastructure, firms with different cost structure. So another selection method is the fees budget selection method. So the example I gave you for the study of the impacts, beneficiary impact assessment of the loan was under the fixed budget method because the budget for that assignment was fixed. So no matter what you want to do, you can't exceed that budget. The budget cannot be exceeded. The objective is very clear. We just want to evaluate the impact of that loan. The time and staff, the effort required to do that assignment is clear. 2 weeks is enough for that assignment. The simple transfer of knowledge, that's a case where maybe you're doing training. You can have supply of equipment. The training on that equipment is consultancy service. So after training you, the PE staff start using the equipment. So we have transferred the knowledge to them. They can now start working. So it can be on fixed budgets. So the ideal assignment for fixed budget selection is studies, surveys of limited scope, simple feasibility studies, review of existing pre-feasibility studies, review of existing design, bidding documents, project identification matching with budget. So if we want to review our students' handbook and we want to use a consultant for it, we can say for the review of student handbook, our budget is just 5 million. Clearly, we know what we want the consultant to do. Look at what we have, look at the current trends, and help us improve on the regulation. What are the new trends or offenses? What is the national law saying about it? What punishment? Our own punishment as a university should not be higher than what the federal government said that people should be punished for. I don't know if you understand. So in preparing our own punishment, we are also taking cognizance of the federal government law and its operations. So we also have least cost selection is used for small assignments or routine assignments. Intellectual inputs are low, well-established practices standards exist, well-defined outcome at different costs. Ideal assignments for least cost selection is maybe accounting. You want to get auditor for your agency, you can use the least cost. Design supervision of simple projects, engineering projects, repetitive operations, maintenance work, routine inspections, simple surveys. These are consultancy services that you can use the least cost selection method. We also have consultants qualification selection. So in this case, the emphasis is on the qualification of the consultant. It's used for small assignments. It substantially reduces process cost and time. Advertisement is not mandatory in this case. The ideal assignments of consultants qualification are evaluation studies, executive assessment of strategies, programs, high-level short-term expert advice, participation in project review panels. When should we use single source selection? When is a natural or direct continuation with good past performance. So I'll give you an example, like the project we're doing now, we're training people on procurement. And the selection process was very competitive. It was open. All the universities in Nigeria were free to submit their proposals. The NUC said, what we're going to do is one university will emerge from each of the geopolitical zones, okay? So the selection method at that time was more of quality. Now, this project is being renewed. We are already performing. There is no need to advertise to get people to do the second phase of the project. The 6 universities that have been selected are already doing well. Maybe if they were not doing well, you could have opened up the advert for the extension. Since they're already doing well, where the selection method now is what? Single source. Go ahead, reach out to the same university and directly select them based on their past performance, which has been documented. There is documentation from independent verification agents that these universities are already doing well. So we go ahead and extend the contract. So they've done 5 years. Let them now go ahead and do additional 3 years. It's the same process. Train people. Do the same thing you're doing, but for 3 more years. Okay? So the contract is very small. Only one qualified consultant is available, for example. So we also have the individual consultant. For these other methods that I have explained, most of them must have registered businesses. But for individual consultants, you don't have to have a document with Corporate Affairs Commission. You are selecting me as a professor of water resources to give you expert advice in water resources. So this is what we call individual consultants, okay? Is considered, is a predominant consideration of the individual's qualifications. No support from home office is required. Teamwork of a multidisciplinary approach is not required. We don't need to have a team of consultants. The ideal assignment for individual consultants is long-term assignments with limited scope, project support consultant. So we can have, you can invite me as an individual consultant to come and teach you basic concepts of procurement in your agency. So when you do that as individual consultant, okay, you can get an individual who is good with monitoring and evaluation to come to your agency and teach your team the basic concepts of monitoring and evaluation. What documents should your organization have in place? What will be the frequency of collection of the data? When the data is collected, how are you going to analyze it? You can also get an individual consultant to do an impact evaluation. So here we have these selection methods. You have the quality cost-based method, the quality based method, fees budget, single source, least cost. So you can have the adverts and all the process. So depending on the selection method, what you need to do. So the details is here for you. It's also in the document in the LMS. So when we're looking at selection of consultants, for goods, works, and non-consultancy services, what you have is advertisements. But when you go to the national dailies for consultancy services, what the heading you see for the advertisement is actually expression of interest. So the expression of interest allows organizations to reach a wide pool of potential consultants and see who is interested. They help filter consultants based on experience, expertise, and capacity without requiring them to prepare a full proposal at the outset. So initially, you just want to know where they are, how qualified they are, the experience they have in relation to what you want them to do. It saves time and resources for both the client and the consultants by narrowing the field before requesting detailed technical and financial proposal, which takes time and resources to evaluate. So the EOI provides a structured, open process that ensures equal opportunity for all interested consultants. It avoids engaging unqualified consultants at technical proposal stage. So it's only those who meet your requirement that you contact and now ask them to submit their technical and financial proposal. It enables the client to identify consultants who align with the project's objectives. the project sector and context before deeper engagement. And the expression of interest is done in accordance with the national procurement legal requirements. It enables any consultant that considers itself qualified for the assignments to express interest. Interested consultants may submit their company profile and relevant experience for consideration during the shortlisting process by the procurement entity. So what will be the content of the expression of interest? Because is the PE, you as a procurement officer, you're the one that will be putting out this expression of interest. It's like saying the PE will be putting out the advert. Now, when you're putting out the advert, what should be the content of that advert? You need to state the procurement entity, the title of the consultancy project you want the people to express their interest. Give them a brief background, like the one example I gave for the Ibadan Expressway. We're interested in the project audits on that expressway. So you need to provide the background information, give a description of the scope of assignment and the expected duration. So this consultancy will be for 6 weeks. For example, it has to be clear. The qualification assessment criteria that will be used by the PE in selecting the qualified consultants. So clearly indicate that you're interested in if they have experience in similar assignments, if they have the manpower and the managerial capacity, they also have the qualified staff for the assignment. The eligibility requirements by reference to the relevant law and regulation. So you are registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission, your directors have not committed any offenses, then also the deadline for submission of that expression of interest. It has to be in that advert, which we're now calling EO5 for consultancy services. So please, at this point, I want to know if you have any questions. Do you have any questions?
I have a question. Can I go ahead? Can you hear me, man?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, please, my name is Okole Gibson. I think from the very first time of my experience of this procurement exercise, I think one error, this kind of error was noticed, a situation whereby there was an advert for expression of interest. So just like we mentioned all that should be included from all that we expected in the submission from the vendors. So they submitted, and after the submission, when it got to the date for the expiring of the advert, which I think should the next thing that should follow then should be the opening of submission. So I realized that after the opening of the submission, there was this issue of RFP, request for proposal.
Yes.
So there was this dragging and there was this, because at that time we just came out afresh. We're like, we're taught that after the expression of interest is expired, that the next thing that should be issued to the vendor should be request for proposal. And there was this argument from here and there that no, that same submission, that first submission still serves the same purpose. So, and I realized at the end of it, it was not actually what they said, and we couldn't actually enforce what we learned. So I want to find out now, that first submission, does it serve as the same as the RFP?
The first document is expression of interest. So for consultancy, at that stage, they've not given you any information on technical or financial. So this is a two-stage process. Is after they have expressed their interest, you've gone through the documents, you now contact the people who meet your requirement. So assuming you have 100 people who expressed interest, it may be only 6 eventually that aligns with that assignment. Is that clear? So you will be dealing with, you will now be dealing with the 6 persons. Those are the person you will now request for the full proposal.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. I have a question.
Yes.
Hello.
Go ahead with your question.
Okay, please, I want to know the difference between procurement and due process.
The
Are they
difference
sharing
between
the
what?
same? Yes,
The difference between what?
procurement and due process.
Procurement and due process.
Yes, ma'am.
Due process is an aspect of procurement. It is an aspect of everything you do in terms of how you spend government money. Procurement is the acquisition of goods, works, or services with the aim of having value for money.
Okay, okay, thank you very much.
Is that clear?
Yes, it's clear,
Hello,
ma'am.
hello, madam. Hello, madam.
Yes, sir.
I think this EOU is the same thing as when you get a quotation for bid.
Expression of interest is the same thing as adverts.
Oh, yes.
It's the same thing as advert. It's just that we're saying
That is
that
it's for requisition for quote.
it's the same thing as your request for quotes.
Okay, fine.
Or the same thing as is advert. But when you do advert for consultancy, you don't call it advert. It's labeled expression of interest.
Okay.
Once you label it expression of interest, clearly we know that this is consultancy project. Now we have told you the differences between that's procurement for goods, works, and services. And we told you that one of the differences is that for goods and works, when you do that advert, people submit one envelope. That envelope has both technical and financial, right? But for consultancy, we told you it's a 2-envelope system. The first thing you're submitting is just information about yourself, your experiences and all that. That's why it's 2 envelopes. It's after we have looked at the first envelope, we prune down and contact you to provide more information. It's similar to pre-qualification for
two-stage tendering.
Pre-qualification for works. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's make progress first. So the next thing you're going to have in the expression of interest, the possibility of associations or joint ventures. So if the consultants want to work with other consultants, you want them to indicate clearly that they will be partnering with some agencies in this assignment. The expression of interest, which is the advert, we're saying it should address, it should state the address for submission of consultants' application. So in that expression of interest, tell them where they will be submitting their expression of interest. So maybe it's room 301, Federal Ministry of Education, okay? And also states the person who is going to receiving it. So it's a procurement officer, Ministry of Education, room 303A or something. So we need the details. We don't want a situation where the adverts, people come to Ministry of Education, they don't even know what floor to go to. They also don't know who to submit it to. So the shortlisting process for individual firms and joint venture firms. So after you have received the initial proposals. You now start the shortlisting. The eligibility requirements are mandatory under the prevailing laws in the PE's country. So it's a pass or fail. Qualification assessment criteria. The criteria should be adequate to allow the PE to effectively evaluate the professional profile of the consulting firms using appropriate quantitative indicators. This assessment should provide assurance that shortlisted firms possess the required technical expertise for that assignment. They also have sound management and quality control systems in place and demonstrates that they have track record of having done similar assignments in the past. Is that clear? So for joint venture, the shortlisting process typically uses a point system of evaluating the profile, resources, and area of expertise, past performance of the consultancy firms. Those firms that score highest on this point system are shortlisted. So section 44(4)(b) of the procurement manual requires, of the PPA requires a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 6 firms to be shortlisted. So is it clear? So if you have 100 submissions of expression of interest, you need to prune down to a minimum of 3 and maximum of 6 for selection of consultants. This is unlike pre-qualification for goods and works, where quantitative or numerical thresholds for each qualification are applied on pass or fail basis, and all those who pass are pre-qualified. So for goods and works, if you have 100 submissions and 50 pass, you need to invite all 50 of them. But for selection of consultants, the maximum you can deal with are 6 consultants. Is that clear? Any questions? So let's continue.
Yes, ma. I need more clarification on this.
What clarification do you want?
On the previous page.
What clarification do you want?
Difference between individual firm and the joint venture firm.
Difference between individual consultants and joint venture.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the difference is this. Let's assume that we want to do training. What's the name of your agency?
Digital Health and Innovative Solution Limited.
Okay, is a private firm?
Yes.
Okay, so we want to do ICT procurement. We want to do digital procurement training for your organization, right? And I am an individual consultant. I teach procurement, but I'm not an expert in ICT. Let's also assume that I have a firm, DK Enterprises, that does training on procurement. But now you want a training on e-procurement. I have knowledge of the theory of e-procurement, but the hands-on of how ICT in procurement applies, I don't have that expertise. I look for a partner, Mecha Technologies. They are experts in ICT, but they are also possibly not very knowledgeable in procurement training. So they do ICT training, I do procurement training. So I signed an agreement with Mecha Technologies for purposes of this training. So in my proposal, I tell you that we're going to do e-procurement training, but DK Ventures will be doing it in partnership with Mecha Technologies. So I'm going to put my qualifications and previous trainings I have done in procurement. I'm going to collect Mecha's Technologies qualifications and trainings they have done on ICT in the past. So you see, if your procurement entity is looking at 2 or 3 firms, one firm has been doing training in procurement, but this particular firm is saying they'll be working with a partner who have been doing training in ICT. So if I'm the one scoring, I think that these people will have an advantage over this other firm who have been doing only training in procurement. Is it making sense? So in joint venture systems, you're bringing 2 people to strengthen your company. Is that clear? I hope the example
Yes,
I've
ma.
given has
Thank you.
clarified it.
Yes, ma. It's understood. We understand it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the typical criteria used in shortlisting are the general rule for consultancy firm and its annual turnover in the consultancy sector. You allocate 10 to 20 marks. A successful past performance of the firm in similar assignments, 40 to 50 points. Financial strength as evidenced by the audited statements, 10 to 20 points. Organogram of the firm, staff resources and quality assurance systems, 20 to 30 plus. So that's when you're evaluating or assessing the firms. You're scoring them, okay? So PEs may encourage voluntary association with qualified national firms. Consultants may associate with each other in the form of a joint venture or sub-consultancy agreement. So you can say, I'm the major firm, I have a sub-consultant, or I'm on clear partnership with these people, we're doing 50-50 as joint venture. This will strengthen the technical responsiveness. Is the window. This will strengthen the technical responsiveness of their proposals and be able to offer lower and more competitive prices. In a joint venture, the PE will aggregate the credentials of the respective firms, thereby enhancing the probability of shortlisting the joint venture. At time of shortlisting, a letter of intent to enter a joint venture agreement among the members is sufficient. But a formally registered joint venture agreement will be required at the time of contract award or soon afterwards. So when you're sending in your proposal, all we need is Mecha Technologies should write a letter, which I will attach in my proposal, showing that he is willing to partner with me on that project. But if we award this thing, we want a contract between them. We don't want them to start fighting among themselves later over who gets what, and our project is abandoned. So all members of the joint venture must sign the contract agreement in their respective legal capacities, or alternatively, they officially authorize the lead member to sign on their behalf. Once the shortlist is finalized and the request for proposals are issued, any potential subsequent association in the form of joint venture or sub-consultancy among shortlisted firms is not permissible, except with the prior approval of the procurement entity. An example of an expression of interest is included in the session material for reference. So section 44(4)(a) of PPA authorizes PEs to invite 3 to 10 local firms to submit proposals when the estimate of the assignment is less than 1 million or with the approval of the Bureau of Public Procurement. So let's do this case study together. Which of the following shortlisting criteria are more appropriate for selection of a consultancy firm for the design of a route? So I'll read the first one. If you give me a yes or no, okay? So registration of the consultancy firm Is there a requirement?
Yes.
Okay. Then
The consultant must be, there must be a registered consultant with Corel.
Okay, so then the age of the consultancy firm, is there a requirement?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, based on experience.
So general experience of the consultants is a requirement.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Affirmative.
Yes, ma'am.
Tax clearance certificate.
Yes.
Affirmative.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Availability of key professionals.
Yes.
Affirmative.
Yes.
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 Availability of resources, like the firm has a sound financial background.
Yes.
Financial
Yes.
capability.
Experience of the consultancy firm in similar tasks.
Yes.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Very, very important.
Permanent staffing of the firm.
It's not.
Yes.
Support service of the firm.
Yes.
Very important too.
Experience of the firm in a developing country.
Yes, of course.
No, that's not important.
Very.
No, ma'am.
Really,
No,
ma'am.
it's not.
Oh, somebody is saying that the experience of the firm in a developing country is not important. Is that true?
It's not a criteria.
It's
Well,
important now.
No,
You
no,
need to know
it's
your
important.
It
It's
is
important for the
important, ma.
design.
It's very important for them.
Okay, yes, it's important for this project. It will be
We're
important.
interested in the design of a road.
Yes.
We're interested in the design of the road. So it is
Yes.
important because there are local politics, there are traditions, so if you've worked in the US where you don't have a host community and you don't pay matching ground fee, if you come to work in a developing country where they have host community, you need to talk to the traditional leader, you need to meet with the youth community and all of that. So working in a developing community is an added advantage. So my answer will be yes. Okay.
Okay, so ma, stakeholder engagement.
Sorry?
That means stakeholder engagement.
What about permanent staffing?
Yeah, do you want to work with somebody who don't have any staff?
No.
If he doesn't have permanent staff, that's not a good signal. He may not require. He can have people join the project, but you want to know his key staff. If he has been operating for 10 years, who was working with him? He didn't have any staff on his payroll. So you want to give a job to somebody who don't have staff.
No, what I mean, like mix some staff, some on contracts.
Give me the serial number you're talking about. What serial number are you talking about? Okay, the person asking the question has backed out. Let's continue. Don't want to give me the. So let's take the next case study.
Ma, please, can I ask a question, ma?
Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, please. All this road construction company, I don't know. Did they used to have their own permanent staff? You considering their movement from one state to another, from one place to another, did they used to have their own permanent staff, or they only use contract staff mainly? Thank you.
So what I'm telling you, you are not listening to me. If you have a company, whether you're moving from state to state is not the issue. You need to have your own core staff. We're not saying that all the staff working with you must be permanent staff. So if I have an engineering firm, we have a project in Oyo, we have a project in Kaduna, we have a project in Imo. You're saying that when we go to Oyo, we go and take ad hoc staff. You need to have your core staff who understands your principles, how you work. That your main staff should be leading your projects in Ibadan. Your staff who understands how you work will be leading your projects in Owerri. Do you understand the point I'm making? So we're saying you should check out who are their permanent staff, who are their support staff. So, but right now you're advising me because it's an engineering firm, they shouldn't have their staff. Anywhere they go, they carry people, work and go away. Somebody is raising his hand. What's your question,
Yes,
please?
hello, ma. It's Benjamin, my
Yes,
digger.
Benjamin. Okay,
Yes,
Meriga.
yes, ma. Good morning.
Morning.
I just want to say something about the task clearance certificate. Yes, it's also a requirement. Meanwhile, individual task clearance certificate can also serve.
Individual tax clearance certificate only
Yes, as a consultant.
serves for individual consultants. It doesn't serve when you're treating it as a consultancy firm.
Oh, okay. We're referring to consultancy firm. Okay, not individual.
No, it's good that we're doing the clarification. Okay, so that's why we're saying selection methods. If it's a minor project that we want to deal with an individual consultant, we need the tax clearance of that individual.
Yes. Okay.
But if we want to deal with a consultancy firm that is registered with CAC, we need the tax clearance of that firm. So as an individual, you're not registered with CAC. So if we are recruiting you as an individual consultant, we need your individual tax clearance. Is that clear?
Yes, clear. Thank you.
So we don't mix them up. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mark, can I say something on this, the last comment?
Yeah.
Okay, because some consultancy firms are business names. So normally, if a consultancy firm is a business name, it means he does his tax clearance. He doesn't do tax clearance with FIRS. So he submits the personal income tax clearance at the submission. But if the consultancy firm is a limited liability company, then it's the company's tax clearance that has been submitted. So what I'm saying now is that the clarification is that if the consultancy firm is a business name, it's normally it's acceptable for you to submit individual tax clearance.
Yes. So the business name is in the same category as the individual consultant.
Yes.
The business name still pays taxes. It's just that it's paid in the name of your personal income tax is what is it?
Yes.
Okay. Dan Febo, you have something contrary? Dixon. Okay, his hand is up. You are muted, or you're muted, so we can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself.
Sorry. What I'm trying to say is that they also pay tax, but they don't pay to FRS. They pay to Board of Internal Revenue in their individual states where they are located. So it is not for the individual tax receipts that is presented. It is for the firm, the business name.
But under the states.
Yes, because they pay to the Board of Internal Revenue under the states where they operate.
Okay, different states operate differently. In Imo State, for business name, you go and pay to the state internal revenue. Just like you also pay your personal income tax for individual. In Imo State, the business names pay to the states. They don't pay to the federal government. But a tax clearance is issued in the business name. So what Dixon is saying is correct, but states operate differently. So the last speaker who said they accept personal income tax, you need to verify that in your state doesn't issue tax clearance to business names. But in Imo State, they're strict about it. They don't interchange the two.
In my state, they do. The Board of Internal Revenue in the
Internal
state.
revenue, yes. They
Yes,
request that
collects for
be
business
for
names.
the business names.
Why limited liability companies pay to the Internal Revenue, FRS. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's make progress. A consultant is required for the feasibility study of a number of rural water supply schemes that will be implemented through public-private partnership. PPP will be introduced first time in the country for rural water schemes. How will you evaluate the following two firms against the criterion experience of consultancy firm in similar tax? So we have two firms. The criteria we're looking at right now is experience of the consultancy firm in similar tax. So firm A said they have done 80 consultancy services that are related to water supply, but they have no experience in public-private partnerships. Firm B have completed 10 consultancy services related to water supply, but they have also completed 2 feasibility studies for rural water supply schemes following the public-private partnership modality. So we want you to score them. So the evaluation committee on their own scored 80 points to firm A and scored 10 points to firm B. The firm they scored 80, they called it good, while the firm they scored 10, they termed it excellent. This is the report from the evaluation committee. We want you to make your comments. Did the evaluation committee do the right thing or the wrong thing? If they did the right thing, tell us yes. If they did the wrong thing, tell us what they didn't do correctly.
Yes, ma. Hello, ma. Can I speak, please?
Yes, please tell us your name.
Okay, my name is Jasper Ibagere, and my own input is that following the terms of reference as per the scope, as clearly stated, that quoted experience of a consultancy firm in similar tasks. So for this case study, terming it excellent for firm B, I think it is very correct because they clearly stated that such consultant or consultancy firm should have an experience or a similar experience in that task which they wanted to do. So I think that is the reason at which they scored them excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have another speaker.
Hello, ma'am.
I'm not done to know this.
Yeah, I'm going along with the previous speaker.
What's your name, please?
My name is Dan Febo. My name is Dan Febo.
Okay, okay. Who is Josh Friday? Can you close your video? You're not wearing any dress and you are naked in the class.
Enough for him.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, man. Can I go on?
Yes, please go on.
The question is very specific. We are talking about experience in the in consultancy services related to water and PPP, public-private partnership. Firm A has no experience in public-private partnership, so it's a red flag. You find out that Firm B, they have done limited consultancy services in water. That is substantial enough for them to be able to manage whatever that will come up from it. And with their experience in PPP, they are good to go. So the committee did well to select them. That's my take.
Okay, thank you. So who has a contrary opinion? Because there's something I'm seeing that all of you are not seeing. I hope one person will see it. So we have two comments. The two of you are in favor of the job going to be, and you're all saying that the evaluation committee did a very nice job. Do we have a contrary opinion? So my question to you is, how? Yeah, okay, Priscilla Charles, go ahead.
Yes, ma. I was going to say that I really don't have a contrary opinion. It's just that the need to conduct a feasibility study is equally important and should not be overlooked. That's what I feel too.
Okay, so the evaluation committee has done a good job. But how somebody who scored 10 points, how did somebody who scored 10 points become excellent? And the person who scored 80 is good. So there's a mistake in this. These points should have been swapped. The mere fact that we said what is important, the criteria we're looking for is the experience of the consultancy firm. Sorry. What we're looking for is the experience of the consultancy firm in similar tasks. Yes, they have done consultancy of water supply, but this is the first time the government wants to do PPP. The procurement and the country is not very knowledgeable about PPP. Why would you now go and select somebody who also don't have PPP experience like you? So the people who have PPP, assuming we want to score 60 points for PPP experience and 40 for projects that are related. Firm B have already scored 60 marks for doing PPP projects in the past and probably scored 20 marks for the 10 consultancy services. So the evaluation committee has actually swapped the points because 10 cannot be excellent. So if I'm the one reading this report, I've detected there's a mistake in the report. They are right that this is excellent, but excellent is for the 80 points, not for the 10 points. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
the arithmetic
typographical
for the points is actually wrong. If you look at the 80 for point A, it's equivalent to 80 points, and the 10 for point B equivalent to that 10 point, which means the points for the PP marks for FEM B was not recorded.
So we're done with that. We say swap their points. That's the error that has been detected here.
Or the grade, or the remark.
The remark excellent is correct. So just do 80 points excellence, send 10 points to FEM A.
Okay.
10 points can't even be good, sir.
Yeah.
Except if what they have here is 80 and 100 points. Maybe 80 points good. Then this 10 points was probably 100 points. I'm not sure what they're trying to do. Well, I will invite the member of the committee or the chairman of the committee to clarify if the report is coming to. Okay, so we had the terms of reference for the highway. in Lagos Ibadan Highway. So I want us to do the terms of reference together. The first thing we're doing is to prepare the background information. Here, we're going to state that the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, we need to talk about what they do, is responsible for maintenance and oversight of federal road infrastructure in Nigeria. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is one of the country's most strategic transportation corridors, linking Lagos, Ogun, Oyo states, and serving as a major route for passengers and freight movements. FEMA seeks to engage an independent consultant to undertake an audit of the progress of works on that road. The audit will provide an objective assessment of physical progress, quality of executed works, compliance with contractual requirements, utilization of resources, and factors affecting timely completion. So what will be the objective? The overall objective is to provide FEMA with an independent, evidence-based assessment of the status and performance of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway project. While the specific objectives will be to verify the extent of physical works completed against the approved design. One of you gave us this. Assess the quality of executed works and materials used. Evaluate compliance with contractual obligations, technical standards, environmental safeguards, health and safety requirements, and regulatory provisions. Review the project's progress against approved milestones. Identify delays, bottlenecks, risks, and constraints. Assess the adequacy of project supervision, record keeping, and reporting mechanisms. Provide recommendations for improving project delivery, quality assurance, cost efficiency, and timely completion. The scope of the services. One will be to review the project documentation. You have to look at the contract agreement, the bills of quantities, the designs, specifications, work plans, implementation schedule. Review the interim payment certificates. Has the federal government paid more than the work on ground? Check if there are variations. Check for site instructions. Check for quality assurance records and other relevant project documents. Review FEMA guidelines, Federal Ministry of Work standards, and other relevant engineering standards. Then you have to now do physical verification of works. You have to do site inspections, measure and verify the quantities that have been completed, compare actual works completed with approved designs, document the condition and quality of completed work. So even what they have done so far, how good is it? You have to take photographs, you have to take measurements, you also have to take field notes. Review quality control procedures adopted, assuming test results for the materials, assess whether the work conforms with the engineering standards, identify defects. So are the roads already failing even though we have not completed the assignment? So check their progress and schedule analysis, check compliance, also check stakeholders' consultations. You have to hold meetings with FEMA officials, the officials of FEMA who are supervising the project. You have to meet with the contractors. You have to meet with the host community. You also have to obtain clarification and implementation challenges. Wow. I'm done. So the next thing is to check the methods. The consultant should adopt a transparent method, desk review, field inspections, sampling and testing, interviews, comparative analysis, quality assessment, then also prepare evidence-based findings. Then the consultant needs to submit reports. There needs to be an inception report. In that report, the consultant needs to detail their work plan, how they want to do this assignment. If it's for 6 weeks, what they will do the first week, second week, up to the 6th week, what method they will use, the staff that will be used and the schedule. And this inspection report should be submitted within the first 1 week. Field inspection reports. It's expected that the consultant will go to the field, do the inspections, observations, and submit the reports by the 3rd week. Then draft audit reports. By the 5th week, the comprehensive analysis of the progress, quality, compliance, delays, risk, and preliminary recommendations should have been completed and put in a report and submitted to FEMA. Then in the last week, the final audit report has to be submitted. That will be a revised report that now incorporates FEMA's comments, final findings, conclusions, and actionable recommendations. So at this stage, clearly, what should FEMA do at the end of this exercise to make sure that government realizes its objective of building that road? So the duration of the assignment will be 6 weeks. The reporting arrangement, should the consultant report to the director of FEMA, or is FEMA designating who the report should be sent to? Then here, the experience of the consultants has to be clearly stated. Then their staff, the minimum qualification expected from their team members. The lead engineer for the consultancy firm has to be a highway engineer. They will need a quantity surveyor to compare the rates, how much FEMA has paid, and what is on ground. What they have paid and the work on ground, are they tallying? So you need a quantity surveyor in the consultants team to do that. You need a materials engineer to run some of those tests and interpret the results. You need a project manager. Then you need an environmental social safeguard specialist to check the impact of the projects that aligns with expectations. So the data facilities, will they have an office at FEMA? Where will they be working? Confidentiality and ethics. Before the reports are submitted to FEMA, it should not be found in any public domain. So the expected outcomes and deliverables should be in the terms of reference. So I've done a typical terms of reference for you for a road project. And thank you very much. We've come to the end of this lectures. If you have any question, you can ask before my colleague, Professor Obani, will take the stand. Any questions?
Yes, my question. I want to ask a question, ma.
Yes.
Please, in a consultancy service, especially the one where the location of the project is not domiciled within the supervisory agency, just like the one we call zonal intervention projects, especially like in the case of training of farmers. Maybe this has to do in another state where the supervisory agency is not also located within the same state. Who is supposed to, is the procurement officer supposed to be supposed to supervise the training service during the training?
I can't say that specifically it has to be the procurement officer. Is the procurement officer knowledgeable about farming activities? So your agency has to look for somebody who is knowledgeable and send the person. Except if you have a procurement officer whose background is agriculture. Do you understand the point I'm making? So the person you are sending has a couple of responsibilities. I'll give you an example. We do training from time to time. Sometimes the training is outside our state. If we have such a training, you need to have your staff on ground who is making sure that the resource persons are complying with the timetable, who is also checking the quality of delivery, whether the lecturer is doing well, whether he's interacting well with the students and all of that. So the person we're going to send on that trip is somebody who is knowledgeable, not just because the person is a procurement officer.
Okay,
So
okay,
do we
ma.
have
So
any more questions, please?
Yes, madam. This last
Yes,
point
madam. My
on
name is Dan Favor.
Lagos Ibadan highway, the selection process we just highlighted now. Can you just flash the summary for us again, once again?
Yeah, what's your question with the survey?
We just want to put down the sum. I just want to put down the summary points.
The summary points that I already gave you now, terms of reference. The terms of reference will have background, objectives, scope, methods. We've already taught you. So what I did was for this project, I went to all those headings and developed them. Are you following?
Okay. Yes,
So
yes.
I want you to do the same thing on your own. So these terms of reference that I have done is not in the LMS. You need to go on your own and do it. So that's the case study. So what I did was at the end of the lecture, I tried to do it.
Okay.
I just took all the headings I taught you in terms of reference. So the first thing I did was for this case study, I took the background. And the background is to briefly talk about the agency, what they do, talk about the project, the importance of that project, right? Then the next thing was to look at the objectives of the assignment. What is the overall objective? What are the specific objectives? After that, I looked at the scope of the assignments.
Yes.
One of them will be to review the documents. So you need to first and foremost give us the contract documents, your bill of quantities, the specifications, okay? Then physical verification. The consultant needs to go to the sites and see what is on ground. Then also check quality. So those are one of the scopes. Then we have part of the scope is the progress and schedule analysis, compliance assessment, stakeholders consultation. Then number 4 is the method. So what method do we want to use?
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Concerning the stakeholders interaction, my question is that my name is Dan Favor. Concerning the stakeholders interaction, will it be appropriate to call FEMA representative and other stakeholders to a meeting, or it will be better to interview them separately as a consultant for fact finding?
So, you know, before you consult, there are things that are not clear to you. Is that not why you're consulting?
Yes.
Do you understand the point I'm making? So if the information I require doesn't need the host community to be there when I'm talking to FEMA, why do you want to bring all of them together? Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So the important
So
thing
it
is to identify.
depends on the situation.
Yes, so the important thing is to identify the stakeholders. The stakeholders are the people working in FEMA. Another major stakeholder is the FEMA engineer assigned to that project. I need to hear from him.
Okay.
Then the contractors working on that project, their story may be different from the story of FEMA. FEMA can claim they have paid them everything. Contractor will say they've not been paid. So sometimes bringing them together, they will not want to open up. I may prefer to deal with them separately.
Separately.
I may also want to talk to the host community. Are they being carried along in this project? Are their staff part of the, informal sector people being used? Because it's important that when there's a project in the locality, that the people in that locality benefit.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So that's the end of this lecture. There's another lecturer to teach you, so we don't take his time. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much,
So
ma'am.
before
Thank you, ma'am.
the lecturer sets up,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I can take two more questions, then I can allow you to stretch.
Mommy, you're beautiful, ma'am.
So if you have a question, one or two I can take, then the next thing I can allow you to stretch before the lecturer is trying to set up his system. Okay, in the absence of any question, I want to thank you for your active participation in this lecture. It was very interactive, and I want to say I'm impressed today. You are behaving better than you behaved last week. I want to encourage you to keep up this good behavior so that you can benefit from the lectures. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Thanks
for a wonderful very much, Ma. You
We
too.
appreciate it. Thank you, ma. We are grateful. God bless
Thank
you.
you, Ma. God bless you.
Mom, you're beautiful. You're beautiful, ma'am.
I beg, does anybody have the link for the LMS?
Thank
Some
you,
of us
Ma.
has never
We really enjoyed
been
your
able to
lecture.
log in.
It's really interactive, like
How
you
do we
said.
recharge the element to? I wasn't
When
here.
Engineer Mike was talking about the LMS.
Please, if anybody has the link for the LMS, I will appreciate if you share it so that I will be able to log in for the very first time. Thank you.
And please, Ma, I want to mention something. There was
And I
one
check
of
the
our
chat
assignment
right
that we
now.
were
I've
asked
dropped
to
it there.
submit before
Has gone.
Check the
11:59
chat.
p.m.
I've dropped the link to
But
LMS.
before that time, it had closed.
Somebody should brief us on this element, I beg.
Check the chat. I've dropped the LMS link.
Can you drop the link on the group chat for the element?
Check the chat. Check the chat. I've dropped the link.
Okay. Hello, participants. Good afternoon. Are you hearing me? Hello? Participants, we are for preparation or request for proposal document. Are you hearing me? Okay. See what we have here, outline. Okay. Okay. We have introduction here. Purpose of, presentation outline. We have introduction. Purpose of request for proposal. Structure or request for proposal, that's RFP. Selection of consultant. Using Nigeria standard bidding document. Case study. After case study, we have condition of contract and contract forms. Then nature of lump sum and time-based contracts. Let me start with introduction, please. It may not be captured, introduction may not be captured in the slides, but in the introduction, what is the request for proposal is simply a formal document issued by an organization to invite qualified suppliers, contractors, or consultants to submit proposals for providing goods, works, or services. I think the organization may be the procuring entity, because you know what is procuring entity. You know what is procuring entity. So this request for proposal, it's just like work. We want people who will propose to render the physical services or work. The request for proposal will outline the project scope, the project goal, evaluation criteria, and contract sum. Now let us go to request for purpose of this thing, of request for proposal. The purpose of the request as outlined here is serve as a structural framework, step by step, to guide both the procuring entity and consultant through the selection and contracting processes. You know, most of our work in this lecture will be on the selection of consultants and contracting processes and terms. The second one is to ensure transparency, fairness, and efficiency in the selection process. The selection of consultant must be transparent. It must be fair. It must not be biased. Everybody will have equal opportunity to participate. A defined objective, output, and timing of the delivery of the needed consultancy services through TOR in terms of reference, which is a key section of the request for proposal. It sets rules governing competition, just like evaluation criteria, and the process to be followed by procuring entity and conducting the competition. We are going to see all of them here today. Then the present template to be used in preparing their proposal. Is it fully technical proposal or simplified technical proposal, STP, depending on the value of the assignment? It will stipulate the evaluation criteria to be used, as I mentioned earlier. Then set the type of contract. Is it maybe like input-based contracts or performance-based contracts. So now, the request for proposal, okay, say the type of contract, then say the procedure for the award and contract signature. These are common districts. Now let us look at the structure of the standard request for proposal. The first one is letter of invitation. You have to be invited in order to bid, to submit your proposal. So this section presents the proposed contents of the letter issued by the procuring entity, that is the client, to each of the shortlisted consultancy firms, inviting it to submit a proposal for the intended consultancy assignment. That is letter of invitation. We have also letter of invitation contains the list of shortlisted firms that have received similar invitations, applicable selection method, the method we are going to use, and the procurement rules governing the selection, and procurement rules governing the selection and the deadline by which invited firm must confirm whether it intends to submit proposal or not. So deadline has to be given. If once deadline elapses, it may not be easy to change except under special conditions. Then the section 2 of the instruction of the structure of standard request for proposal is instruction to consultants. Consultants have to be given instruction. This is provision contains provision are to be used without modification. These instructions are not to be modified. The ITs, which is instruction to consultants section, provide information on how to prepare proposal, how you are going to prepare it. The proposal submission deadline, there must be a deadline given to you, opening and evaluating proceedings. You know, proposal, you have to submit it in a sealed envelope. Nobody will open it until the day everybody will be invited. It will be open before everybody, before the evaluation, to know who deserve to get the contract. Then contract negotiation and award contract procedure. Now, this one also contains data sheet, DS, which contain information specific to consultancy assignment that amend or supplement the corresponding clause of the instruction to consultant. The data sheet also indicate whether a full technical proposal or simplified technical proposal is to be used. That is for structure of request for proposal. Now let us go to selection of consultants using Nigeria standard bidding document. SBD is Nigeria, SBD is standard bidding document. Yeah, you see the clause, you see the purpose and how to address them. The first one, introduction. The purpose is to provide overall guidance and the scope, how to address it. You see, it is written there. You state the name of the procuring entity, you, the consultant, list the shortlisted firm invited to submit tenders, mention if a pretender conference will be held, and including date, time, venue, specify what data report and input will be provided by the procuring entity. We have already specified the data, the input, as per the scope, as per the goal or objective of the services or work, evaluation criteria, and terms of contract. So the second one is conflict of interest. To ensure fairness, any conflicting firm have to be disqualified. Then unfair competitive advantage. Everybody will be given equal opportunity to compete. No man, no man in this case. So it requires declaration, the qualification of conflicted distance. Okay, this one, more information equally, exclude advantage films if needed. Then fraud and corruption. The purpose is to promote integrity. So you have to apply anti-corruption rule, reject fraudulent bids. Any bid that is fraudulent has to be rejected. It will not be selected. Then eligibility, who are those qualified for it? That state the bidders, that bidder bear all preparation costs. I mean, no, define and verify eligibility criteria. What and what will qualify you as a bidder? The cost of preparation, it clarifies bidders' responsibility and it states that bidders bear all the preparation costs. Language, it maintains uniform language for everybody. We usually use English language. Only one tender, only one tender. Prevent multiple submissions. Multiple submission is not allowed, please. So you have to find a way we can, any multiple, this thing has to be disqualified. So disqualify duplicate or multiple bid, either as individual firm or members of joint venture. Then that is only one thing. Please, I'm in a conference. I'm in a conference, please. I'm sorry for that distraction. So tender validity. So keep bid binding, keep the bid binding. That is specify validity period and allow extension if needed. So there must be a validity period. If there is need for extension, okay, but it's not a must. Clarification and amendment of standard bidding document. That is to ensure clarity before submission. Issue addenda. If it is one addendum to all bidders equally, if there is anything to be this thing, you have to issue equally to all bidders. Done preparation of tenders. Guide the proposal structure. Then the consultants will be guided on how to structure the proposal. So it provides clear formatting and submission requirement. That is preparation of tenders. So the purpose is to guide proposal structure, how the proposal, what we call the shape, the sequence, and so on. And that will provide clear formatting and submission requirements. The technical tender and content. The purpose of technical tender and content, the content is to assess quality. To assess quality. How to address it? This requires methodology, experience, and personnel details to assess this quality. So that is through technical tender and content. Financial tender, that captures cost detail. That will request detailed pricing in separate envelope. Different prices in separate envelope. Then submission, sealing, and marking. If it is submitted, it has to be sealed and marked to ensure that it is tamper-free. So that ensures proper handling. It says specify labeling, packaging, deadlines, and deadlines. There must be deadline for submission. The marking there is to mark that it has been saved and not to be tampered with until the opening day. Confidentiality, as I was saying, it must be confidential. Nobody should have access to that. So that protects integrity of process. In this case, restrict access to evaluation information only to those who have need to know it. There is restricted action to evaluation information only to those who have need to know it. Opening of technical tender. As I told you, they are open especially in one day, in the presence of every other tender or bidder. So that confirm receipt of proposal in the opening, it confirm receipt of the proposal, then you open and record submission formally. Then tender evaluation, that is determines the best proposal. You know, we have technical evaluation and financial non-technical evaluation. Maybe you must have known or you must have studied how to choose the person to win the contract. Because we combine the scores both from technical and financial tenders evaluation report. Apply criteria strictly and transparently. Use only the pre-disclosed criteria in the evaluations. So every evaluation must have its own criteria. Then evaluation of technical tender. That assesses the technical quality. You score using predefined criteria and thresholds. So the criteria that have been disclosed for technical evaluation have to be scored based on the assigned threshold, that is the minimum score. Each criterion may not have the same score. Some criteria may have higher score than others. Then when it comes to financial tender for qualification-based selection, financial tender for qualification-based selection. So determine cost after selection, negotiate price with top-ranked consultant. And remember, not because you submitted the least cost does not mean that you will be selected. Please note that. You must have studied something related to this in other lectures or workshop or sessions. We also have public opening of financial tender. QCB's quality and cost-based selection. ABS is fixed budget selection. Then LCS is least cost selection. This will help to ensure transparency. So open financial bid publicly for qualified firms. And you know, before, if you pass financial this thing, you must also pass the technical bids very well. Correction of error. So in case there is no any error, the purpose is ensure pricing accuracy. So you correct the arithmetic error only for time-based contracts per standard bidding document. Somebody may ask, what is the meaning of time-based contract? As we go on, we shall study this time-based contract in combination with lump sum contract. By then, I will explain it with some examples so that it will be part of you. Then taxes. The purpose for taxes is to clarify tax obligations. That specifies inclusion and exclusion of taxes. Direct taxes are the responsibility of the consultant. Direct taxes, responsibility of consultant, while indirect taxes are to the account of the procuring entity. Conversion to simple currency. No, don't mix dollar, naira, rupees, and so on. It must be a single currency. But in Nigeria, yeah, this is our naira. I think that's what we must use, please. We don't use dollar. But in some cases now, they are using dollars and duty. So this has to be converted to one currency using set exchange rates. So the currency and source of exchange rate should be disclosed to the technical data sheet. Then combine quality and cost evaluation. Combine quality and cost evaluation. Combine quality and cost evaluation. This select the best value. So this TDS and 26 is tender data sheet, not technical data sheet, please. Then combining quality and cost evaluation. This is to help us to select the best value. When something is of a reasonable quality and better cost, it means that to select the best value. But I think we made mention of weighted scores. That is, quality usually carry 80, is weighted over 80, while cost is weighted over 20. So quality is very important. Then negotiation. That finalizes contract terms. Negotiate with the highest rank bidder. You know, after technical evaluation and non-technical or financial evaluation, the scores you get, you add them, and that will give you who is the best bidder. That negotiate with highest rank bidder. That will give you the highest rank bidder. You must have learned, I think one section is teaching them about technical and bid evaluation. You must have learned how to complete the two, technical bid evaluation and financial bid evaluation, how to score them. After then, you can now select and negotiate the highest rank bidder. Conclusion of negotiation, in this case, you confirms agreement. Where did they say? Because that is document agreement terms before award. Please, both parties are required to initial the minutes of the negotiation of contract. Observe waiting period of 10 business days before, okay, minutes of the negotiation of contract. That's the conclusion and the standstill period. That is the time we have to wait in case there is any complaint. That is the purpose. How to address it? Observe waiting period of 10 business days from date of notification of intention to award before awarding. Then notification of award. That formalizes award. Notification of award, you will be notified. So issued official award letter after standstill period and after resolving any complaints received within the standstill period. 33, briefing by procuring entity, that is feedback. When everything has been, you have to wait in case there is any feedback, any complaint. How to address it? Explain evaluation result to unsuccessful bidders only as it pertains to their respective proposal. So those who did not succeed, please explain the reason for their not being able to be selected, or this thing was not successful. Then after that, we signed a contract. Signing means that everything is almost completed. That formalizes agreement. Then the purpose to execute the contract per agreed terms. That is, you sign. You must have to execute. The agreed term could be the scope, it could be the objective, it could be the type of contract terms, or in terms of evaluation criteria and others. Then 35, procurement related complaints that ensure accountability. That means that complaints per legal have to be handled. Please, any complaint have to be handled. So with these clauses and purposes, we can now select consultants. And now consultants have known the purposes of these clauses, which will be forwarded to them. And they are how to address them. Then the next thing we are going to study is the case study 4, as selection method. From what we have studied so far, you will be able to analyze the structure of the request for proposal we will prepare. The structure is captured in this thing. If you don't have the copy of the notes, you can recall your memory. Then justify why you choose quality and cost-based selection over least cost selection for this specific assignment. Can anybody help there? Okay, let us continue. So after we come back to that. After we come back to that, please. That is this case study. We are coming back to it. They are not difficult. They are even inside in what I've taught you now. For instance, the structure of the RFP, we all studied it. Then we studied about quality and cost-based selection and least cost selection. And you know why they are used. Now let us go to condition of contract and contract form. So this section includes 2 types of standard contracts for large or complex assignment, and a time-based and lump sum contract. Either it is time-based contracts or lump sum contracts. Now, before we define what is time-based and lump sum contracts, let us go to each type of general condition of contracts. So each type of general condition of contracts, that must not be edited. That one, the general condition is not edited. But if you have something there, if you add something in this general condition that can add or subtract from the general condition, it becomes special condition. That is, when you have special interest in something, that will be a little bit different from the standard or general condition. Let us use general condition. So, and special condition that supplement or vary the respective general condition of contract clauses for customization to specific context. That is environment, this of the assignment. Now, before we differentiate our nature of lump sum and time-based contracts, look at the definition of lump sum contracts. Also, it is called fixed price contracts. So, in this case, contractors agree to complete the entire project for a single fixed price, regardless of actual costs incurred, unless scope of work changes. Unless scope of work changes, contractors has agreed that this is the price he will use to do the thing, except the scope of work changes, maybe through the client, that is procuring entity. If the scope of work changes as a result of carelessness of contractor or consultant, the contractor or consultant will bear the cost. So unless the scope of this changes, payment to be made in lump sum contracts in stages or milestone. Milestone is maybe after completing a reasonable or significant amount of work at a given period. In fact, in most contract terms, milestone is included. That after 3 weeks, when you have reached this thing, you pay so amount. After the next 4 weeks, you pay so amount. That 4 weeks, you define the scope of work you will do this thing by then. Then as stated in the contract. So that is about lump sum. Then when it comes to time base, because we captured it in the previous edition pages. Time-based contract is a type of contract in which the contractor or the consultant is paid based on the actual time spent on the assignment. That is, you are paid based on the time spent on the assignment, plus any agreed reimbursement expenses. Plus any agreed reimbursement expenses, which may not be in the contract sum. Reimbursement expenses, it could be out-of-pocket expenses as a result of some contingencies or what, unexpected additional task. You will be paid on that if such things are agreed in the terms of contract. Now let us look at this is a form of difference. In lump sum, fixed price agreement. There is a fixed price agreement in lump sum. So a fixed total amount agreed in advance for the entire project. But in contract in time base specified as maximum amount of the contract. Contract base, it is specified as the maximum amount of the contract. So it's based on the duration. Then second one, scope definition. I think you know what is scope. Scope could be size of the assignment with the work content, the task involved, the boundary, and so on. So that's the scope of work. If you are supplying something, for instance, you should know the size, the quantity, and so on. All this is have to be captured in terms of agreement. Any extraneous addition there means that you have exceeded the scope. If you exceed the scope, it's the fault from you from the procuring entity. If it is from you, you bear the cost. If it is from the procuring entity, maybe it will pass through what we call scope change management processes. But there are some scope changes that are uncontrollable, and you won't know that they will occur, and when they eventually occur, there is a problem. That is what we call scope creep. That scope creep is a risk. But in most contracts, scope creep, I think the procuring entity bears the cost. If it is scope creep, uncontrollable, like a flood, like disaster, all those that have supply, their deadline fell within COVID period, the contractors or the consultants, they are not to be penalized because it wasn't their fault. So that's why it is a risk. When the client or procuring entity add additional scope, it means that they will pay for it. But before they add it, it has to undergo through so many stages of scope change processes and gets approval from the top management. But if it is due to maybe my vehicle broke down, the vehicle you are using for your logistics and supply, it broke down, it took you 2 months to, put it to fix it or put it in order. You as the contractor, it is your own fault that you supply the items late and you have to bear the cost. Then let us continue. A lump sum risk allocation. Consultants bear the risk of underestimating effort. Client has no cost, has cost certainty. If you're a consultant, you don't know how to estimate, you have passed your technical evaluation very well. Based on the cost or price you submitted in the financial cost evaluation, you quoted lower than other with the highest score in technical evaluation, the contract will be given to you now. But at the last, if you notice that there was underestimation, even the cost you quoted won't be able to carry the contract, that is you bear the risk. But in time base, risk allocation, client bear the risk of cost escalation. Consultant is protected against underestimation. Yeah, because it's based on the time. You may not provide what is needed to the consultant to complete the assignment on time. So you, the client, you bear the risk of cost escalation, and the consultant is protected against that. Now, payment in lump sum usually linked to milestone or deliverable is in reports in design, reimbursement not invoice as the form part of the contract. As far as you continue with this workshop, you should know what is milestone. Milestone is just a checkpoint where you will check at a given time whether you have accomplished what you plan to be accomplished, and that must be important. But in time-based contract payment based on agreed daily stroke monthly rest plus actual reimbursement expenses. Yes. the time base, there must be reimbursement expenses paid. Changes in lump sum, any variation in scope requires amendment and may adjust the lump sum. Any variation in scope requires amendment and may adjust the lump sum. That is, if that variation is coming from the procuring entity or client, please, because I feel I'm knowledgeable in this area. If the variation is under risk management or scope management, if variation is coming from the client or procuring entity, that's what we mean. The lump sum has to be adjusted. And that variation must be validated and approved by top executive, top management. But in time base, because we have excess time and all the rest of them, your payment is based on the time you spend. Easy to accommodate evolving scope without renegotiating the entire contract. Then monitoring. Because as these contracts are going on, implementation, you have to monitor. In lump sum, it is less intensive oversight is needed. Since cost is fixed, but quality control remain essential. Quality control is always very important. But in time-based monitoring, it requires close supervision to ensure efficiency and avoid inflated costs. Then lump sum contract fees assignment with their well-defined output in the feasibility studies master plan. They will ask you the type of contract this thing you will use for some this thing, some work or physical services to be provided. Then in time base, like advisory services, capacity building, or long-term technical assistance, as you people are in capacity building now, can be extended to 3 weeks. Before, we used to have it 1 week, but it has extended. That is time base. So let us have maybe 2 minutes break before we go to types of contracts. Let us have 2 minutes or 5 minutes break. Any water around? Okay. Let us make it 20 minutes so that you can go around, drink water, and come in. I've started timing. The time now is, let me say, 1. Okay, let me call it 1:28. So around 2:02, we can start. Please. In the office, please. Let me drink water. I don't know. Please. I didn't read you have for self. Okay. Let me do start. Hello. Okay, I'm happy you people are back from break now. All the same slide. All the same slide. All the same slide. I'm going to be surprised. I am not going to make value from the system. No. Slide. This place is not my own. This place is not my own. My own stop at, I think, slide 65. Okay. Retainer and or contingency or success fee contract. Yes. Okay, let us continue, please. Types of contracts for all these physical services. We have what we call retainer and or contingency or success fee contracts. So these retainer contracts are usually used for services of repetitive nature. That is those items you service from time to time. Maybe somebody is in your procuring entity to be servicing, you hire him to be servicing your computers and ICT equipment. So these services of repetitive nature, such as adjudication, which is to settle matter legally, to settle case. Then legal or procurement services. In this case, the consultant is paid a modest monthly retainer in exchange for availability and prompt intervention when required. That is why you are paid for returning you there so that whenever there is need, you are available and prompt intervention when required. For instance, as I am here now, a retainer here. So in case anything happens to the system or even to the software, I will take his attention immediately. And he is here because I retain him to be here. So, in addition, a defined professional fee is paid for the actual time spent on assignment. That is time-based now, contract. You may be asked, some contract will be listed to you at the end. They will ask you, some tasks, they will ask you the type of contract that will be suitable for them. So, as I said, a defined professional fee is paid for the actual time spent on an assignment on an hourly or daily basis. When the consultant services are utilized, reimbursable expenses are compensated either based on actual costs incurred or with the fixed contractual unit rates. Are reimbursable expenses are in accordance with the fixed contractual unit rates. So in this case, reimbursable expenses are paid. You might have spent out of pocket for one thing or the other, for one emergency assignment or the other, you'll be reimbursed. Then we have financial or privatization service, where the consultant's payment is based on retainer fee and success fee. So you'll be paid as a retainer and success you achieve on top of a given benchmark or threshold. You have achieved something extra. You will pay for that. That is success. So the retainer fee is typically paid on monthly basis for the duration of the assignment. While success fee is paid, while success fee is a percentage of the proceeds. For instance, on the sale of assets in privatization, a certain minimum asset valuation price agreed upon in a consultancy contract. I've seen an example where this success fee is paid in addition to retainer fees. Still under retainer and contingency. Then we have also utility upgrade management service. You will be asked which type of contract will be used to upgrade certain facilities in your district. Even your PC can be upgraded. The capacity can be upgraded. Okay. Moving. Why did they complain? Check whether that's it. Please wait to let us do certain adjustments so that we'll be seeing the slides. John, we have a retainer consultant here. Has it disappeared again? Sorry. There are your last 3 weeks. Bear with us, please. We have a technical TikTok. We have technical glitches. Bear with us. No, the thing is not as clear. As not seen the slide.
Are you joining from where?
Flash there, let me transfer it to you. Are you with Flash?
Go inside my phone. Is he joining from where?
Madam,
Just give me Flash.
open that bag.
Okay, Flash.
That thing is not waterproof. Yes.
Who is getting